Okay, I'm not sure if anyone even was present last night. I should go check on that and make sure. Alright, so okay, so I broke my heater, but that's fine. Prosper. So, what I'm doing today is getting the dragons by wings. First things first.
Reporting.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
We can do this.
I just want that friendship over and done with. Another 11 hours.
Snowflakes. Look at them dance.
Come on out. Yeah, one. How come these things are only in the one region? What's we do with that? Like, do they spawn anywhere else? They don't even drop or nothing. Must be Eye of a Storm drops like an artifact or whatever. So that one might pose a challenge. Just kidding. Here comes Amber.
I'll protect us. Hey!
Bam. Oh wait, is Columbia also currently available? Or do we have to wait for a... Oh, we can go to Columbia now, too. That's closer to a teleport waypoint.
Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Let it rain.
I keep accidentally clicking the escape tab on my computer. I have to keep pausing to uncover chat. I don't know, that was funny, was it? Antidote. Well, it's a me, but I have to try harder than that. Well, I was about to ask why wasn't my dealer. Why isn't my dealer king? Fine, my dealer can deal on you instead. It's my dealer that's the dealer when I do the dealer, when I do the sealer, when you do the dealer, and you do the dealer. Come do the sealer with me, dealer. Maybe we could even go for the scenic route. You know what that means? Bye bye, dragon spine. We did good.
Guess we can rest.
We shall rise again. The withered tree has sprouted anew, for it so great a trial is coming. So Vials warned the falcons once upon a time. The falcons who have looked for land ever had it in their hearts to rule the sky. And truthfully, what could challenge them for that dominance? So they did not heed the warning of the owls, and even scorned them, taking them for cowards. These birds that only dare hunt at night are helpless at hatchlings, they thought. Later, rime that furrows the mountain like a pining nail, shadowed the tree, yeah, that shadowed the mountain kingdom. And after that, in darkness let down the land like a tide, snapped the branches upon which the birds of prey perched. In that raging world of malice, falcons and sparrows alike fell to the earth. Thus were the birds of the and for Wayne to come to realize this, even the skies of freedom might be turned bone white by ice, or planted black by smog. The midday sun had been all but covered, to say nothing of the moon or the stars. Fledgling birds cuddled up in their nests, waiting for the silent, tragic end to come, but in the absence of light, the night-roaming owls just gained dominion, till a long, long time later, the weak young falcons would be kept alive, growing up in prey brought from places unknown. The sky too would eventually clear up, and though the mountain would remain covered in snow and ice, life would begin to grow again, faint and fragile on the ground. The nestlings would never know who it was who saved them. The dragon, lovely as Jules, would also be forgotten, as would the eyes of the owls that had once shone brightly in the darkness. Today the branches that birds perched upon in antiquity have grown out once more. There they stand in an ominous crimson. And though this is but a tangible matter, the crimson-red falcon that had perhaps left its flock to hunt and protect after dark would also take up the night owl's name. In the silence of night they call out, passing the secret along, "We shall rise again, for the tree has sprouted anew, for a time of still greater trial is coming. And sir, I gift unto you this pair of wings. Let us witness that coming time together." Who gave me these? Tree? Opens for Africans. One day, with all the artifacts I need. Marvelous tales available. Yes, that's true. That is missing there, the teapot. Oh, I'm a traveling salesman. Today is the day. It's just Flynn's. Nothing wrong with him, I just... Okay. Uh-oh.
This is a good one. Here, take this meat for yourself.
Is this your dog?
Mine? Not at all. It belongs to itself. It sometimes brings me old bones to help with my puzzles. That's all.
Bone puzzles?
I should be clear. While I don't know what bones these are, I can say for certain they don't belong to any humans who slumber here or elsewhere. Bones are another thing that tickles my fancy. Sometimes when I see one that's a bit unusual, I'll pick it up and add it to my collection. Then when I'm feeling bored, I try to connect all my bones and create something whole. A bit like doing a jigsaw puzzle. You could call it a form of artistic expression. Even though each piece of this bone puzzle picture is unrelated to the next, and indeed they cannot possibly be related, just pondering how best to put them together and create something beautiful is an extremely relaxing process. Then, one
Agree to
day,
disagree.
an uninvited guest intruded on the room where I kept my bone puzzle picture. It was none other than the dog you saw just now.
Please say it didn't.
It did. By the time I entered the room, the little intruder had completely dismantled my picture. The second it turned and saw me, it bolted away between my legs.
Such a shame.
Luckily, all was not lost, as I'd already taken a photo of it. And more than that, now that my old puzzle was dismantled, I was free to construct an even bigger puzzle with my growing collection of bones, which is how I consoled myself at the time. After all, the next day, as I was just about to begin piecing my puzzle together, I couldn't understand what it was saying, but its intent became clear when it laid its animal bones at my feet and then placed them one by one into my puzzle. After I gave it some cured meat, it got up and left. Ever since then, it's dropped by from time to time to give me bones in exchange for food.
Seems like you two have a budding relationship. Does it ever try to play with you?
I think you might be viewing this with a little too much sentimentality. It's just a dog looking for food. Nothing. I'm a source of sustenance, and luckily for my canine friend, I happen to be relatively generous. Not that that's a bad thing. I view it more as an assistant under my employ. It doesn't speak, and it leaves when I tell it to. If you'd like, you can give it some meat. Sometimes it sits and waits by your side, which I think probably means it's still hungry. Perhaps it might be a little more friendly with someone such as yourself.
Huh. Well, I just realized what I can do.
Even when darkness falls.
Human with food. Likes bones. But smells scary. Very scary. But gives me food?
That's adorable.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
Can't sleep? Let's go for a walk then. I'll take care of it.
And then, of course, our weekly lore. With our girl.
Last time, Columbina told us a whole bunch about the Fatui. Wonder what sort of things she'll talk about today. Let's hope she's in the mood to share. Columbina?
She's gonna be behind us.
It looks like something's bothering her.
Is it this one? Not this one either, then? What about this?
Oh no. What's wrong? We hit help.
Not this blue, then?
What's up?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Could you help me? I'll be sure to return.
Are you kidding? You know you don't owe us anything, right?
If that's a little in the first, it's us who should be returning the favor.
We'd help so.
Well, to be precise, this creature is the one that needs help.
Huh? The Kuhenki?
Yes. This little one procured a paintbrush somewhere, and upon returning to I found a canvas and some paint for her. But though some time has passed, her attempts to mix the colors she desires have met with little success.
Whoa!
No. Oh, isn't that my one? Cool.
Are we playing charades?
Why are you nodding at me?
Looks like she's taken an interest in your pack.
Perhaps you carry suitable colors on your person.
We don't usually carry around stuff like that.
This little one was quite impatient, so I made some paint using.
Oh.
Could Luanatar be looking for other colorful things to make paint with then? Come on, let's see what we've got in our pack. Okay, relax. Don't.
One in blue, right?
Will these do?
Yes, the Kuhenki looks quite satisfied.
Man, Paimon.
Kuhenki are much like us, in truth. Each one has its own personality and hobbies.
Wait, does that mean you can tell all the Kuhenki and Nod-Krai apart from each other?
The ones I've met, yes.
Huh. That's impressive. Especially because, other than Wanatar, all the other Kuhenki... So, what is this little painter's name?
Name?
Wait, they do have names, don't they?
We recognize each other, and that's enough. We don't need names. I don't have one either.
That doesn't mean you have to continue the cycle. Let's think. Wanatar... So... What would painting be in the language of the Frost Moon Scions?
I think it would be...
Ooh, sounds nice!
Malice! Paimon's just out here giving people names that no one knows. She's evolving.
What is it, Malaus? Done with your... Oh, let's see!
What's the matter?
This is amazing! Paimon was expecting something a lot more childish. Or, you know, Melusine-like.
The Kuhenki are adept at sensing their surroundings. When it comes to recreating what they've seen, they tend to capture things exactly as they were.
So is this a drawing of Calamina? Melius?
Hmm?
It looks like Calamina when
Huh?
Lama said your birth was recorded by the Frost Moon Scions. But this painting does look a bit different.
Ankavanke shouldn't have existed before the Moon Goddess's
This little
birth.
one, Malaus, was one of the first Kuhenki born. It's possible this is Malaus's interpretation of how things looked back then.
Seems like you're trying to help us to get to know your goddess. Huh, Malaus? Don't worry, Malaus. We appreciate...
You're my friend, whether you like it or not, Columbina.
Wow, that was quick.
Hmm?
This must have been Scions worshipping Calamina as their goddess.
Should be given, just given
What's
bread.
she doing by the altar? The details are too small to make out. Oh, so she was eating the offerings.
Was I not supposed to?
Oh, no. It's just a bit...
Seems like you were having a good time.
Well, they were delicious.
Fair point.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're the same
understand.
species. I don't know what this guy said.
Give me your hand.
Bet. This is not for eating, you know.
It's not like that. This is proof that we're friends. It's just...
It's just something. What's going on my screen?
If you take something from this side and don't put anything on the other, the seesaw will tip over.
That makes sense.
People often give things to the Kuhenki, praying for good luck. I'm teaching them the importance of doing things in return.
So sweet. What's this? How do I leave? Oh, I nearly missed. Made it.
Oh, you're here. We're just starting to set up the venue.
We've called up everyone we possibly could have. This is going to be quite the event.
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after all. Let's see what the Academia shall say about it this time.
To sum up, the 24 forms of pressure-based puzzle mechanisms were used in various ruins. All right, let's go to the next page. Now, I'll explain the base layer design of elemental monuments.
How did things turn out like this? I feel like I'm in class.
Are we done yet? I don't understand any of...
Are these really
They sound a bit too...
Oh,
Well, we've prepared paper prototypes for
Was that Cyrus?
the mechanisms, Madam.
Oh, this is no fun. I want to go home and...
Forget it. I don't.
I should go home and take care...
Uh-oh.
How did this happen? Forget about getting opinions from others. No one even wanted to stay and try them out.
I'm sorry. I think we miscalculated.
I must apologize too.
No, you simply gave I will find a way to make up for...
Excuse me, but are you the one who wrote this reference book?
Yes. Who are you?
Ah, you're that man Mountain who was in the crowd just now.
Do I stand out that much? Well, I guess I don't look like someone who'd have anything to do with toys. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kamal, the branch master of Sumeru's Adventurers Guild.
Oh my god, it's my boss!
What's the branch master doing here? Were you looking for us, or did something happen?
I came to Port Ormos to visit some old friends. On the way over, I saw the booklet you were handing out, so I came to take a look. Can you print a few more copies of this booklet and sell them to the Adventurers Guild? Also, could you make full-fledged models of those paper prototypes and sell them to us as well?
What does the Adventurers Guild want with these toys?
You may see them as toys, but to adventurers who need to deal with all sorts of machines and contraptions within ancient ruins, this booklet is a true treasure. We have many members who can't read, so books are of little use to them. What they know of handling mechanisms has been learned solely through word of mouth. Even if the academia granted public access to all their books, there are people who can't use them.
Ah, and our booklet is...
Well,
It might be a bit too difficult for children, but it's perfect for adventurers. Also, those paper strips, you called them paper prototypes? If you can make wooden versions for demonstration purposes, even the most illiterate, if we can supply a model set for each branch, and if each adventurer carries a booklet with them, then ruin exploration will become much safer.
you really think so?
Making models of contraptions for the Adventurers Guild? To be honest,
Will there be an issue with the
that sounds-
academia?
We'll probably have to send in a separate application, but it shouldn't be an issue. After all, this concerns safety during the exploration of ruins. It's a problem that the academia is actually trying to address as well.
Then let's cut to the chase and discuss the details of our first order. This much.
Huh. Well, knowledge will find its use.
I'll be going then. Say hi to Tainari and Kale for me.
So
I
about
want to ask
Kashira?
why I'm unwilling, putting aside the fact that they're too full of themselves. I actually have no issue with their research methodologies and approach. After all, knowledge is either right or wrong. Superiority and inferiority do not come into the conversation. All researchers are just doing their best to shed light on the unknown in their respective fields of expertise. No matter what corner of the unknown they shed light on, it's a step forward for us all.
So why do you
Because
trust
I
the
believe
adrenaline?
wholeheartedly in that principle. Even if the others call my research useless, as long as the knowledge I gain from it is accurate, it could become useful in the future. In the end, useful and useless are concepts that shouldn't be used to evaluate knowledge. When I first started deciphering ancient documents, I didn't think about how it'd be useful to Kasharawar. That's why there's no need for me to join them to do useful research. I'd rather stay in Haravatat. It's much more convenient for me to access the materials I need for my research here. Still, the funding that Kasharawar has offered me is so hard to get in Haravatat. Perhaps if this collaborative project goes smoothly, I can even ignore Haravatat and ask for a higher budget directly from the academia.
That a collaborative
I could come up
project.
with lots of ideas. With Anissa's help, 2 days will be enough for our work. However,
Try to keep it simple
you're
and fun.
right. If no one understands the reference book, it doesn't matter how detailed it is. It's better to make it simpler and fun so that children will be interested in the subject. It'll also make it easier for me to recruit students in the long run. Thank you. I'll take your opinion into account. See you in 2 days.
We're not gonna bother going back to Tenera this time because we don't think his dialogue will change. Coming! Let's see here.
Oh, you're here. We're just starting to set up the venue.
We've called up everyone we possibly could have. This is going to be quite the event.
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after all. Let's see what the Academia shall say about it this time. And if we activate this little mechanism just like that, a Sumeru rose will appear at the top of the cane.
Oh, I see.
I thought it came out of thin air. It's amazing.
If the mechanism was bigger, you could make a rabbit appear, right?
Then you can't use a cane. Could you switch it out with a hat or something?
You're applying what you learned creatively. Not bad. Let's look at the next page. If you fold an origami bird like this, it'll fly further and more stably.
Whoa. You can make a mechanism using just a piece of paper?
The principles at play are even more important than the parts that make up a mechanism.
These are pretty cool. I'm tempted to try them out.
I'm not that interested in toys, but if they'll be beneficial for children's development...
Everyone, we have paper prototypes and craft materials that you can use to make your own toys. Come try them out.
This is such a well-prepared event. I'll give it a go.
But we want to play too!
It's fine. We have a lot of paper prototypes and craft materials. All feedback is also welcomed.
Oh, my origami bird flew further this time.
Professor Farazan, how can I make mine fly further?
Ahem. Just Madam will do. Maybe in the future, you may indeed get the chance. You may wish to pay attention.
Wow!
Madam Farazan, will we?
Of course you will. If you become a researcher in the future, if you want.
But Mom and Dad said that there are 6. Which Darshan teaches?
Well,
I know. We need to choose.
Huh?
I want to attend Kasharawar in the
I want to make you...
Actually, the other Darshans do have their own specialties
Looks like this
too.
is a
For
learning
example,
to his
Habitat
RXS, how it looks like
specializes
recruiting
in-
students
How
might
did
be an
this
issue.
happen?
What if we end up in a Darshan we don't like?
No, that won't happen. Take me, for example. I'm a researcher from Haravatat, but I research mechanisms. See? The only person able to restrict your curiosity as a researcher, It's all right. Let me tell you a story about
Why am I sitting up there? Okay. Back to Hunt Cam.
What now? She's. Yeah, that would be the best. But I'm sure he'll say, "Huh? Oh yes. So if I also stay and help."
Let's observe the situation
Okay,
first.
then.
Did I do it right?
I have to teach.
We're back, Madam Farazan. The traveler said that he can stay.
Oh, why I couldn't ask for more.
That's not
Is
trouble
that
at all.
so? Now, should I
Tell me more about the
You
Haverite
might have
course.
heard of it before. Haravatat is an academic faction that researches languages and runes. 100 years ago, Madame Farazan was a researcher from that Darshan.
No, not was. Still am.
Yes, of course. But current Haravatat students can't really, understand her direction of research. So even if she opened a course, chances are that no one would attend.
Direction
In
of
summary,
research?
I mean to interpret the configurations and solutions of ruin mechanisms via the deciphering of on-site stone carvings and unearthed documents. It'll include research into general documents dealing with such ancient machines.
The research method is supported by Haravatat, yes, but the content deals heavily with both ruins and mechanisms. This will make it difficult for students of this Darshan because they don't understand much about mechanisms. Also, there are fewer and fewer unexplored ruins left nowadays, and Ksharuar researchers have been developing their own theories on mechanisms. As such, they don't need to rely on ancient documents.
So she's doing very niche research.
They're far too complacent. Ancient mechanisms are more dangerous and complex than one might imagine. I'm telling you, things weren't like this 100 years ago. All researchers back then were interested in exploring knowledge from a variety of topics. They also gave more respect to unknown mechanisms. Nowadays, all people are interested in are mainstream subjects in popular research. Even if they attended my course, I wouldn't be interested in teaching them. Also, the people here think that my research is outdated and unrealistic, so they keep cutting my funding. Why, I think they could all stand to learn from Kale. She's a hard-working child and respects her elders. Huh? If only though. Speaking of which, are you feeling?
I just remembered that I have a lot.
Wait, I have an idea. I only need to learn how to read, and you need to teach a course.
Start a reading course for Kale.
Huh?
Wait. Although Tainari has academic dealings with the academia, he isn't considered part of it. This means that Kale isn't.
Does she have to hold this class in the academia?
No, he's right. The old academia became consumed by their arrogance precisely because they ignored the public. There must surely be many people like Kale and the old academia paid no heed to them. Oh, save yourself the extra trouble. I'll come with you. If there's any traveler, Kale, do.
Wait!
I think I just threw Kale under the bus.
I can't believe she rushed right in after we arrived. She's really headstrong.
You seem quite scared of her.
Not really. Madame Farazan is a brilliant scholar. Even master. It's just that she can get a bit too passionate sometimes. I don't know how to handle
The way she treats you is completely different from how she treats other researchers.
because she wants to take me in as a student. It's just like that researcher said. The academe, I don't really get it. But it does seem like Haravatat's students who are interested in mechanisms and applications of the... Madame Farazan also refuses to accept random students just to make up numbers. She still hasn't found a student she likes.
So she's a student with no
She
student.
seems to like my attitude toward learning. It's because I'm a slow learner that I have no choice but to stay up late and study. Whenever she compliments me...
So you're scared of her because she keeps asking you to become a student.
That. Madame Farazan respects my choices. She sometimes brings food to Gandharvaville for me.
That sounds like something a grandmother might do for a granddaughter.
You mention it. It does feel...
Kale, traveler, thank you for waiting.
That was fast.
I argued with the higher-ups, and if I'm not mistaken, they're the students of my classmates' students. They're a lot less forceful than their predecessors, though. I'd say they caved rather quickly.
Amazing.
Were they convinced or were they
To
curious?
fill in every single page of the application. Let's see now. What do we need to fill in?
The learning objective is to
Course
teach people to
name,
read, correct?
Learning objective? That's a bit too general, I'd say. After all, this class's target audience, as such, will need a more specific learning objective.
That's true. If we use children's teaching materials...
And you have your job as a forest ranger, Kale. People who attend this course in the future are also likely to have life commitments. We need more effective teaching methods.
So rather than teaching materials to children, what other methods of color use?
Master always tells me that practice is the best way to learn. That's why
it must have been difficult to get books in Sumeru in recent years, no? Tainari really went the extra mile for you. Expanding literacy is a capital notion. Now that the academia is easing restrictions on the circulation of books,
So now we've got teaching methods sorted out. How do we get the course materials?
So that's next on the list. I fear that I'm at a loss as to which books youngsters like nowadays. Would The Legend of Antara be too old of a story?
How old is that story exactly?
Fair.
Me? I've been reading light novels from Inazuma. I heard that ever since we were allowed to sell books in Sumeru again, some people said have stopped
light novels. This is my first time hearing about such a thing.
Wait for us, madam. You wouldn't think someone as fast as her is over 100. Let's pick up the pace and catch up to her.
jumps off the building.
What a long and mildly...
Is this your first time seeing a light novel, ma'am? Oh, they're the most popular books now.
Fine.
Of course. Why don't you try this one? It's Outlander Brigade, When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai.
Wait a minute. Is that me? Is this play about me? Is Outlander Brigade When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai about the Traveler?
That this book's author... Now, I've only skimmed through a few pages, but it feels like it's all... The protagonist just ends up fighting in every scene with no proper build-up. Will anyone even enjoy a story that's only comprised of fights?
It's for readers who don't care about plot.
How about... the good thing about being reincarnated as a hilly churl.
A reincarnation isekai? Isekai? What in the world is that? Also...
Those are what we call tropes.
Sorry. However, this book doesn't explain how reincarnation correlates to becoming stronger. Such an illogical rule will affect the coherence of the story.
It's for readers who don't care much for logic.
How about this? I had to...
Oh, that's the latest book. Now that's a rather normal title. Yes, but I don't like it that much.
She clearly recognized it as the latest. Most of Mitri likes books like that.
Madam? Let me see. The dialogue Third Eye of Perception. I also thought those names were strange when I was reading them.
Shout out to the strange phrases in such a serious term.
These phrases in isolation. Also, or did the protagonist purposely create these strange names to disorient their foes?
I think it's because such names are cool.
Deeper purpose. You're right. It's such a weird book. Even the most popular book in Sumeru back then had greater... Yes.
Most popular book?
Abahumano Reese. The plot had many twists. Even the sages back...
Is there a book like that in Sumeru?
It's called Tales of Shariar.
Tales of Shariar?
About 100 years ago.
100 years ago? Are you pulling my leg?
The legend of Antara is popular to this very day, isn't it? If an old story like...
Even if that is the case, I really don't carry that book here.
What? I can't believe they've allowed the people of Sumeru to become so insensitive.
Tales of Shariar. I mean, it is a book from 100 years ago.
Tales of Shariar is Traveler, Kale. Wait! Oh no.
What's wrong?
You asked me why I'm scared of Madame Farazan, right? It's because I'm afraid of that ancient language she researches, because I can barely understand any of it. What if she uses ancient text as teaching material?
That book's only 100 years old, Kale. I doubt this counts as a book written in an ancient language.
What if researchers from 100 years ago...
I am just very confused by this hangout. I have so much secondhand embarrassment and stood up just for this.
Wow, you...
I never thought this book would ever get...
All right, that can... As long as the writing is good, worry not. I shall... After all this time... Sir? Is that so? If I'm to use it as a teaching material, it's better to start earlier in the series. Is this series really that...
No. It's not popular.
No demand?
Seriously? No one told me that this book...
Where did you get this from?
I'm afraid not. This book was sold together with a whole bunch of... Otherwise, the Matra would have come knocking. Wait, is this book actually worth a lot?
I'm afraid not.
That's impossible.
I do remember a passerby skimming through the book a few days...
He sighed? I'm sorry. Traveler... Why is there a new character? Is this really the Tales...
Well, that passerby reacted in much the same way.
Let's pass by in
Stepped
any
off from
case.
the cafe over there. You know, the fellow who spends all day telling the legend of Antara. Since that's also a very old story, maybe he knows a thing.
Then let's go ask around at the huh?
I'm very confused. What is my life now? Oh, it's right over there. That's convenient. Those frozen's so funny.
Excuse me?
Yes.
What? Sorry.
It's fine. I'm used.
Do you know about Tales of
Huh? Tales of Shariar? My master always talked about how incredibly popular that book used to be. How?
Your master?
Yes, the one who taught me how to be a storyteller. He also said that this great-great-grandmaster he wrote 4 volumes back then, and the reviews just got better and better.
And then? What happened?
Oh, it's hard to tell when it comes to trends. One day everyone liked stories like that, and then instead of writing a proper ending, to tap into popular trends, he added a lot of.
How could that be?
In the end, there's no ending. The great-great-grandmaster tried to write a few. He got so infuriated that he stopped.
What? So there's no end?
By that time, anyway, my master probably exaggerated. The only tangible thing my great-great-grandmaster left, he also left behind many theses from his research phase. When my master is a much better storyteller, but even he won't recite Tales of Shariar, dude.
So, Antara's story is the one that lasted through the years.
Well, not even sages can definitively ascertain the quality of something like a story. In the end, only time.
Madame Fariza? It's been 100 years. Perhaps some things I once believed to be great.
No,
aren't
I
so
think
after.
you don't have to worry about that. Stories climb might not being due to changing trends. Matter if it's a classic or a fad, what matters is that you like it.
Master helped me find a lot of famous books at first, but in the end, I realized that I couldn't. No matter how good those stories are, I can't improve my skills if I can't bring myself to read them in the first place. I think the best books for me are the ones I like.
The problem here is not actually about improving your reading skills, but I suppose the principle is the same.
That is true. Readers' interest in trends of what was popular 100 years ago could be completely forgotten in modern times. And yet, 100 years as far as history is concerned is but a blink of an eye. If Tales of Shariar hadn't chased after trends and instead, it might have stood some chance of gaining renewed popularity. Huh?
I don't really get what you're talking about, but it does sound sensible.
You should think about your
I
income
also want to
first.
hang in there and tell Antara's story well.
You should also think about the present first.
How unseemly. I almost got carried away because of a single book. Well then, we should get...
How about
No.
11?
Kale, you found a book. Yes, then we'll use that book as our teaching material. Now that I think about it, as for the academia, as long as we come up with an appropriate course name, we should be able to get away with this.
Analysts of popular literature might do the trick.
It sounds like you've dealt with the academia. Now then, let's return
Well,
to the
yeah,
book
but
vendor in a
teacher
bit.
said.
But if I wish to use... Huh? Speaking of which, other than third eye of such things as... Why do people use dark history to refer to awkward or embarrassing memory? If one of our learning objectives was
Oh, I can tell you what that's all about. Apparently, in their youth, some people used to imagine themselves as someone burdened by fate. But as they grew older, they started to become embarrassed by such memories. Some would write those fantasies into novels, while others would entrust such tales to tree hollows.
Mata? You know...
Huh? Why so suddenly?
I think we can ignore the whole dark history thing just for now.
I knew it. There will always be people who love the...
Full endings reached. Why'd she have 6 and these two have 5? I got 30 now. Neat. Who's this guy?
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof, so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself...
Oh.
Young man, please wait.
Oh, looks like he's in a bad mood. I should go check up on him. This hangout should keep me busy until 11 p.m.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
You alright?
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
I followed you here.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
I'll have a glass of
Wine
juice.
in a glass of juice?
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. That guy, though. What was he even going on about?
Seems a little more honest
Another
with first
glass,
in mind.
please, boss. I'm not.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though.
It really is every other day that you'd run into. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb. I would spend a lot of time. I suppose, though, that just sticking. All of this makes.
Why is he? Why is he yapping?
One that particularly crops up in my work too.
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense?
Boss? What?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend. Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are.
What do you think?
That's something that resonates. Something that embodies the creator's efforts and dedication.
Exactly. So our thoughts on them in Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today.
I still look subjected and even learned art and haven't. How can I help cheer him up? But if I'm just making a simple suggestion. Let's do something else and put in mind.
Great to me. I don't even.
How did you even decide to become an architect?
I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper.
Would she be able to understand how you're feeling right now?
In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items, so I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I
You think
need
I can come with you?
Sorry, I've had, speaking of that, either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep. Thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past.
I don't think so.
Then who knew that the day would come? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. I'll hate them shouldn't be home. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks.
How does he have the money to pay for that? I haven't got to be here in Missouri, and that's gonna launch into a whole thing. Doing all the Genshin hangouts just because I had nothing to do for 11 hours while I wait for my resin. Alexa, what time is it in 10 hours and 5 minutes?
Good afternoon, Vader. In 10 hours and 5 minutes will be 11:05 p.m.
Damn. Oh wait, what's we here? Anyone online? Anyone at all? No. I gotten past it? Nope. It's just right there.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to say.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Is that a drawing?
Oh, I remember. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than... Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
You don't sound as confident as you used to
Criticism
be.
and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know... Anyway, never mind. The more my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen... Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my... Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client... It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be..." My mother took me with her to personally apologize to... She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box?
Notebook with a lot?
This is my mother's notebook. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking, wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
After all
It's
those
not a
years.
matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to get. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself.
Your birthday?
I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kaveh, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use...
We can try asking some of our old
I could find
acquaintances.
someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything. My mother was never really the one to be social. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother?
I don't know who that is.
You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother, Professor Zaha Hadi, published many works. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. Let's go take a look. We might...
Yes, happen. I don't like when people take me places and I go, oh, okay, so I need to allocate time here. And then I just get everything ready, and then they go, oh, you need 50 items. I don't think it's rude to be annoyed that people haven't presented a checklist or anything. They're just clearly in a rush, and they clearly want you to hurry up, and yet they're the ones who prevented you from going to Tanari!
Now, Tainari? What are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You.
I had a quick drink.
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop it? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardis the Item.
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best.
A granny who lives near...
It'll be the person we're looking for. Oh, hi.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? My tomato was growing so well.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here can refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact...
Enough nonsense! Just come...
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Don't tell me this is...
Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on. It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't...
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today. Come on, let's go. We'll take...
yes.
These people are insane. They're just verbatim insane.
Doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes.
No, not at all. She's already...
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were old. She was still quite young when she first joined my class. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always...
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life.
I'm not too sure. She never talked. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heat. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft."
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Understanding?
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password, and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger. Your personalities are quite alike, too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision, or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Faranak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But wasn't my father from Rotawahist? Could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows. Faranek had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just...
That's what she was trying to say.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranek... If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and...
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to...
I wonder what my mother could have written.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream? But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother.
That Tanner?
This blonde man was probably my father, but who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
Yeah, they do
From
seem...
the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than... Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh!
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seemed she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh, I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me.
Huh.
Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite?
Considering not going?
Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and... Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, and don't forget, I'm also older than all of them.
But Daenerys is so right for you. It's normal for friends to take care of each other.
Not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return.
It was fun to have you around, Kaveh.
Do you mean it? I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. You know what? I'm not...
Is that Daenerys? Why is Daenerys gathering people here? Who owns this place? Why can Daenerys break the law in this place? Does he earn it? Oh, hi, Sana.
Oh, Hatham also got my invite, right?
That guy, he's never been a fan.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, you still haven't told me. What's the occasion?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last minute. Anyway, let's get started.
Then where's Kale?
As well as the first. The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could...
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple...
Yes, I thought it would be good if... Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know?
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Perhaps you could adjust the pace of the curriculum.
That's a good point.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count...
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try. That's your purpose for being here, not mine.
So you're saying the only reason you...
Precisely.
Hey, just to get one thing...
What are you saying?
Then what about Amorta?
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
You? Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion...
I think she should get through the second phase of her studies first.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to get
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a profession.
I'll make sure to write, don't become an arch...
But didn't you love your job, Color?
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job?
We don't need to think that far ahead.
I'm telling you, that client had no
God,
idea.
Considered finding another client?
Why am I laughing? This isn't even funny. I think I'm just insane.
It's too late now to change careers. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your...
No!
Cheer up, Kaveh.
We'll save that for the end, Sino.
What?
What is Color? I assume they just couldn't put that many people on the screen at once. Okay, so 2, 3, 4 numbers. It's probably we'll have 2. At you. Just gotta get through another hour and then I can do something entertaining. Prove the hangouts of the characters I like, but I want to get them all done, so we're doing Kaveh now.
Feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
Maybe we should just put it aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
That's something I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, right. I have a theory video. So... And then I gotta edit the TikTok audio and... That else might just remove myself from an upload schedule on TikTok and just an update video for next week on Wednesday instead and explain why. See what's going on.
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
You sound like you must miss it.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Did you like the drilling house in there?
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The Academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations.
Where'd it go?
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago.
I'm spinning around.
Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
What the?
Alhatham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space.
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now.
Well, want to continue the story?
Probably not when he's right here with us.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the Academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But the more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
That was feeling a little...
As a senior scholar...
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Oh, and Kaveh. A lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally...
Sure. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my... Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Like, Kevin.
Oh, we'll wait.
That is what we can do.
You were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
He has put in stuff for the ringer recently.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself.
It doesn't seem to in the trip,
He probably did suffer quite a bit. That's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
So the problem is with Kaveh?
His predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks
like you were having an
disrupted
enjoyable
song.
chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. See that? Now
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now.
Me happy?
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kasharwar? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of...
Hey! Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there.
That's rich, I don't really get it.
Huh?
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the
There are indeed no records of any complaints.
See? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next.
No,
Are you going to come too?
It's almost time to clock out for the day.
Suit yourself.
I think the go there. I'm sorry, Gabby, but that feels like a good place to end off. No, I just want to listen to the song, I'll be honest. Why do I need to... Oh, it's Venti singing.
This realm is... If you ever have any questions...
I think that's the first time the twins are actually together. I wonder if there's people who can guess my favorite character. I say after spamming an image with the group chat. I thought I'd see twin meteors that are actually just properly together and happy. Up we go. I feel refreshed. Let's get him happy.
Port Ormos. No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example, that was one of my designs.
How did you come up with the idea for it?
When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality. The true cornerstone of the creative process. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
Should the rest of us program must really
You
enjoy
think
it.
so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazar's was not perfect.
Having no regrets would also mean you had no high
Yeah,
hopes for the future.
you're right. I should learn to look... We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far.
I don't
Great.
mind.
Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you... If you ever feel down...
Why are we going to the desert? Why are we going to the middle of nowhere in the desert?
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully. Site clear!
Seafog Cave. Okay, well first things first, I want to see whether or not this guy's actually good, because I'm not entirely sure what he's doing.
Hey! Scanning!
Not now.
Ha! Site clear. Scanning. Breaking new ground.
And what does this do?
Site clear.
The night is cold.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazar's. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish.
You also have a completely less of passion for
Life
life.
is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the
Yeah.
erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive it. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with... The site here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
I see. Now that's more like a Caviar now.
But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
You're most welcome. I think I'm slowly breaking my Discord. Yeah, because there's another 3 endings. What? On. What if I walk in here? Can I just walk in here? No. Sham. What I look like? Next to the desert? I do, but I never got people. We're waiting for Violet to get to Bay 45.
Taking this commission was
A lot of something that resonates with the masses.
Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent.
Hey, you convinced Violet into your side.
Thanks. He understands nothing about my design. And all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to...
I don't think he was intentionally trying to be
It is
difficult.
possible. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably... There's no time to waste. The wine can...
Aha. Why is he in put armor now?
Cave.
I've changed my...
My apologies as well. Now that if I choose you to create the design for my project...
Thank you for understanding. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been... Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am
That
aware
sounds
that
suspicious.
overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page...
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can... It's just... putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive... The timber here as well.
Please give me a moment. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be...
Actually,
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all.
I want to build something unique. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Huh. I feel like deciding something.
I also have a similar feeling.
Probably see if anything comes
Is
up.
that really... He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him,
sounds
that's
encouraging
actually pretty
too.
common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding
we
you to
should
pay back your debts.
just focus on this
Hinting every
one.
other day that it's time for you to pay rent. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Yeah, I do think the best thing going forward for me, content-wise, is to do another break on TikTok while I re-evaluate myself.
Huh?
Not because I think
Where did he go?
videos
sworn he went this way.
bad, or
Let's keep looking.
they're necessarily hard to make. Because I'll be honest, they're pretty easy to make. It's just a bunch of videos, audios. I've just...
Hey, look!
With what I want to do,
Isn't
I
that
don't
Badawi?
think it's...
It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now.
way to go.
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not. Plus, aren't you a bit...
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite merchant. I don't have many
You used to be...
I know there are a lot of bad...
I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in.
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Air...
What are you doing?
We meet again.
Huh?
That's what we wanted to ask you. There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things.
Believe me, I didn't have... All right. There's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for...
A library? Funded entirely... I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials.
You're right. And I was aware of these happenings as well. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time
Why didn't you
I
just
have.
tell
I
us
didn't
that
want
from
you
the
to know
start?
that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of more. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of more. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect
Wait, he's the most famous
in all
architect
of
in the world?
Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make more. By the way, how did you know I was scammed?
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. And after that, he even borrowed mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrong. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert.
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him...
It's all right. You were also scammed by... Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Bad people are everywhere.
You'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to... Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have near... I've done the math, and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about... So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is.
By cobbled together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean... When you've lived to be my age, all I want is to build this library before I leave this
You seem really passionate about the project.
Ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert.
Alexa, shut up.
Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, my father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my year, I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees.
Would I have emotions for going to sponsor the project?
Sponsor the project? You mean convince... That does make sense. Library is... What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially...
It's all fine with me, but where do you...
Well, you're right. If I really think about it...
Can we ask Story?
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this.
Maybe she can connect this with some of her contacts?
Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introduction. Let's go and pay her.
Oh no. Why are we going to Dory? Alright, can we make this place? I wonder if Nana's flowers are back in tip-top shape yet.
Let's go gather some samples.
I'm better than everyone, really, because I'm a multi-shipper. That's Hara fruit. Oh, here they are.
Speak with the butler if there's something you need.
One moment, Dory.
It's not the day to water the flowers yet.
That... Let me all.
Speak with the butler if there's
Oh, now here is some When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is... What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entire...
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and...
You're hopeless.
Let's go back to why we're here.
So you have an actual reason to visit me?
We would like to ask you how can introduce us to some merchants.
Why? Oh, I see. So you're just looking for some...
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse to...
Sure, I can connect you with some folks, but with every service...
A fee?
Yeah.
You mean...
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my... Since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a...
500,000? I guess that's okay. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind...
The 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
It's a trap.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. Practically
I'm not
all of
surprised.
Teyvat has heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here, but since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So, let's hear your idea.
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a...
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very...
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want...
So what? You can't pause... Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build...
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring
You
this
can get
project?
cafes, clients, advertise their business in the desert.
So we'd mostly be doing...
Well, just speaking for myself.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term, but...
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit...
Wouldn't that just...
Yes, but
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, a whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area...
And you just believe...
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
You
don't seem to think about your questions very thoroughly, Professor. Please only ask questions that are relevant to the discussion.
Something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library, but it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray, if we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location.
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first.
But...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing!
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas...
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own.
Hey! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected.
That's just business, I guess.
Dory's friend. Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding.
Let me into that.
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
Not with you.
Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier,
Please don't tell me that you're...
What kind of person do you take me for? With the kind and generous, you can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same.
But this isn't just a business. Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you...
You might want to remember who your creditor is before...
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner. In fact, I'll be inviting the most...
What? So, where...
Follow me. Oh...
Huh. You're about to be scammed. They can make two people walk? That is such a weird thing to be excited about. It's gonna be herself.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most...
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous...
It's lots.
So you meant your...
Well, I've given it some thought, and that complex of... It'll be a pretty big Morrisink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own. But that's...
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly?
The reasons are not important. What's important... However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground...
I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let...
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read.
These are
Of course, there are a few things better than using... I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might... Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be?
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back.
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up...
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events.
But what about my commission?
Huh? Didn't you... But before I could finish my sentence...
It's obvious that you used every trick in the...
Huh? You really...
Fine. I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. I'm going to order the best dishes...
I'm very... That seems like a very cafe way to go out, yeah. We're going all the way to Port Armors, but first... We should have the same bow on both Tanari and Kale. No. She's got, the bow from that one event. It's... Oh, I'm rank 5 now. Half of any swell though.
We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me.
Yeah, we already know this already.
Slightly different style. Most architects would probably... While it's true that the aesthetic value of a... To completely give up on the more aesthetic However, if we can reduce the ornate... To make up for the loss of regular...
I see. What that...
It just increases...
I don't know what any of that means.
You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this project by now. As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind. But I'd need to visit the site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a building.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village. We want to keep the roads clear, and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save Samora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Fresh fruits and
I have no idea how to do anything I just read, but the Area Village.
Most materials going from Caravan Rebat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This...
Scanning. I hear everything.
Wouldn't that make him Zenitsu?
Not now.
Yeah.
I'm
You hit?
fine. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight. I didn't think much of it back then. Few mercenaries get to enjoy.
Is there someone you know?
Unfortunately, no. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets. I joined the Eremites when I was young, if at all possible. I want future children of the desert to have some more... My apologies. The older we get...
I think that's pretty old then.
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life... Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. A kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life.
You're so that kind of person, which is why you're helping him.
Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a but my situation is more complex than that. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship, hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me. I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better.
Is that so how you feel?
At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern... Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also used that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of, respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
Should I have a life preserver up already?
Oh, please. It's not like we're actually talking about swimming. Also, just so you know, I actually took a swimming elective back in the day. Don't underestimate my skills. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up in... All right, let's head to...
Oh, we're still going? Hey, it's you. You doing okay? You busy? Are you hungry? Wanna come to my place for a bit? Study time, Mr. Enthusiastic. Alright, so that doesn't mean to bother you. It's a grandparent that makes you our family's heroes. Thank you so much. Ever since the incident, I think that I should work harder so I can help my grandpa just like you did. And it's the way it says that I should be thankful that it's failed me. I should learn from them. It's very true. Alright. But dear tells me that I should be patient because I'm so young and that I should start small to live independently in the house before learning to take care of my grandpa. That's why I've started cooking for myself lately. It's for times and I think I can handle it. Want to try some? Sure. Thank you for the... I cannot pronounce that. I'm sure it's tasty. I just cannot pronounce anything in this nation.
Now that we're here, it's my partner's
Doesn't help
time
that
to
the
shine.
pronunciations you hear are apparently mispronunciation.
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Satara?
You know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharwar. I've heard of you, but...
Educational assistance programs.
I can't say I'm too familiar.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction.
A library?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have...
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children...
Let me get straight to my questions, then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion? Alright, that should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I
Where
quoted.
is your other
The whole
hand?
thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan.
Got a new design
Inspiration just
already?
came to me now. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice, and according to the traditions of my profession, in the meantime, let's look forward to the day.
Yeehaw! Library! That's still one more ending. One linear path to rule them all. And it comes from the tavern. On our way, we're going to go ahead and... I think this should actually just be in and out, quick finish up. No essential materials. 1, 2, 3. Where are they again? Four, 5. No longer need to go searching for those. I think I accidentally closed what I wanted to do.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
You good there, bud? I
No worries. It was just... It's been bothering me for a while. Sounds great to me.
Into another
Different
career.
I see. That's not a bad idea.
It's a horrible idea.
I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in... Hold on! Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him.
The 6th proposal. Why is it always Port Ornos? Did Port Ornos come out during this update or something? No, it just is here, I guess. Guess it's because he built the place. Well, not like the whole place, but... I shouldn't have put things for climbable walls.
Can't see?
How nice the warden from Minecraft. I'm gonna make him blind. In my tic-tac up here.
Ah, Kaveh, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet your roles...
well...
hard to make a profit. You've got... Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right.
Well,
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to.
Did you start a Nod-Krai?
Not exact, judging from the look on your face. You're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted. With that said, us Ksharawar grads should still look out for each other.
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business. Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little...
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the Academia, my classes are more... Unlike the Academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more...
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? What do you think, Traveler?
I think you can give it a go.
Yes, it's a deal.
Oh, like I said, there's no... As for the pay, how about we...
300,000?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me. I have to go make some preparations now.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. Thanks so
For the
much.
lecture.
Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning.
Huh. Kaveh Kalafa.
Oh.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture.
Lesson plan. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome.
Medical materials? It's almost
time for the lecture to start.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems... There's something else I want to ask, though.
No need to stress. There are 14 classes at my training.
20 people, huh?
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach.
I was thinking of taking a walk anyway.
Sorry about that.
Should really ask around a bit. Yeah.
Hey there. Can I help you?
Wonder if you know anything about Akami.
Oh, Alkami? You mean that rich guy who's been... I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a...
Did you hear? Alkami recruited...
I bet that'll boost his...
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the Academia only admits those that can pass its entrance exam. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the...
Man, to have that...
campus.
All right, everyone. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't.
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kave.
Oh,
Something happened.
get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture. In
Why did you
my
say that?
opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, there are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of art.
But, Mr. Kave, we didn't really understand. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make.
You're studying architecture to make.
Yeah. Why else? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alcom, he also said that as long as we graduate, it won't be long before I can.
Come on.
But, Mr.
You. It's pointless. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about
Oh. Yeah, let's confront this asshole. I'm gonna windblade.
What's wrong, Kave? You look quite flat. Were the students not astute enough for your life?
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground. And the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why?
Look, Kave, you may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's, our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our design.
I suppose.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to, if it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
So instead of making money from architecture, you're making money from your students.
And making money, none of the students will ever know, however. The more students I get, the more money.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture. And when that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold and... Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was... I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required...
How can
Yes,
you
you could.
sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. I urge you to think about what I've said. As the light of the Sharawa You've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high. Think it over, Kaveh.
What upon the Max?
I'm so mad. I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more
Even
Of
more?
course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others... He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia... The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to
I'm not frightened about all this.
Did you notice something else?
Some students don't appear to be very wealthy. Not everyone should be able to pay such exorbitant tuition fees.
The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition? Right.
Drafting
We should
students.
hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. We're never going to get any information.
How much money do you have, kid?
Oh, Mr. Kaveh?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still...
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class.
Of course they were. It's a good thing that you could recognize...
Resin?
Yes. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge.
Just as I thought.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is...
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kaveh. Sorry. I can't say anything more.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead. Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent. So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be... Academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years. And all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family...
I think it was...
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract.
Let's right about all this.
I have a bad feeling, too. Something about the whole... We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no
We
way
can
he'd admit to
pretend to be
any good
potential
idea.
customers.
Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
We'll find
it'd
out.
Still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. We need to do something before the students
Yeah! What the fuck is he doing way over there? Well, I found the arm. Gonna get the end of this thing out, go to the bathroom, and then I think we'll fight some boss.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business?
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind
I'm
of...
really interested in architecture.
Sounds like his business is booming.
Let me see.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract.
What contract?
Here you go. Don't.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate, and even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get... Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's...
What are you trying to say, huh?
We mean to put you in jail for your crimes.
I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came. Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me...
Eremites? I've already fought... There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a... Following orders.
Feeling lucky today?
Take that! Sight clear.
You won this one.
Who are you? I don't think we've done anything to hurt...
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how... But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I can... But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable...
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the
That's
risk.
no excuse for your actions.
And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business. Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago. I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a... As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their... Anyway, thank you for your help.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway?
He tried to hire Kathy as one of his instructors.
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned.
Ah, that's good.
What do you mean, that's good?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant... Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess.
Hey, what was that? What? You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such...
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply...
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time, and...
Sure. But you should wait until tomorrow.
All right. Then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just...
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it? To think Alkami would sink this... Still, I think I feel a little better now than when... It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life. How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients. The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life. Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
And that's why he thinks it's very good when it comes to making more.
Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. I can understand that. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life, but at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning.
I can understand that. It's good to stay true to yourself.
I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me?
I'll see. Sure, I'll come.
I'll see you.
That just means that this... Yeah, it's not over yet somehow. Oh, that's where our second hand is. So for holding the mainstream compartment. He just seems fascinated by Columbina.
Mr. Alkami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Matra have promised to return some of our tuition.
Mr. Kaveh said we can keep working on our fundamentals.
Ha! Easier said than done. If it was only the best of the best can...
Mr.
Why? What?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh?
Now, that's Mr. Kaveh to you. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer, I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our...
It seems some of you are really serious. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going.
I'm so lazy that I'm just gonna teleport my way over.
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like.
So what's the point of this exercise?
In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free...
Wait, is that the snare in a teapot? That's fucking hilarious. I just... I should have put 5 stars on it because it's a 5-star item. I don't recall breaking a tumbleweed, but sure. Captain Barbara. Oopsie. We only have one update to spreadsheet, but we're going to update it anyway. And that is, of course, me. Yeah, Nylia. We won. So for anyone curious about how many we have left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
There's another 40 minutes actually. Why are their sewers angry? Maybe we should finally finish.
Everyone.
And let's hang out. Hello.
Oh, Lynette.
Everybody.
Traveler. And Bonnie too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
We had to check the travel logs.
Oh. I see. I'm in charge
What
of
are you
guarding
doing
the
here?
port. You mentioned...
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me.
Things usually the second around here.
Usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation scent?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particular, if the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent...
Oh, you brought...
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he's... Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you
Could
two
be
so
because
strongly.
we just left the class where the imitation sniff was mad.
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on it.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first?
What does the imitation
All
sniff
ships
do
coming in and
again?
out of the port are recorded here.
Hold on.
Except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
Imitation Smith. Imitation Smith. Dear. What's that? Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. If I've been in a travel like the Humane Society's list of names seems to really stand out.
Humane Society.
You've kind of been in this version before.
All over the exit logs.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man.
Look at. What really be coincidence? Oh, it's very tired it. It seems consistent in history for
Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal... When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
It was using animals as a surrogate to smuggle imitation synth.
Wait, what? The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So they
there were
wouldn't be
gaps around the
resisted.
lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water.
So animals would be able to
Those drug
breathe.
shippers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have
So
given
they
it
from keeping the barrels.
must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even
You think
harder
Bonnie
to
could have
say with
imitation
certainty that something
synth
was amiss.
in her stomach?
She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted
There must have
on
fled
taking
and
the
hurried
personal of
effect.
the cat.
No, effects for let's bad Bonnie.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but though, if you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
Well, if any of the things was there, they would have also needed cleanation
That
to get rid
step
of
would
them
have
or something.
required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Okay, then
Okay, so that's not what I was expecting. I just did ask for that she was doppelganger. It's been a while since I did anything in Fontaine other than fight. Well, you know, classic heroes.
the headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
Yeah.
After him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy. Have mercy.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you...
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much.
No one asked.
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
There was Hannah. It's honestly in a trembling voice is lying.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer. I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show.
Where is he now?
Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
So where's not looking now?
It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know, I swear I was...
My thanks to you both.
Bonnie helped, too.
That's true. And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well.
Interesting. Seems a bit unnatural. That's all that sounds I'm gonna mind. Something in your mind?
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was we investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Is there still anything unresolved?
Not what we found in Fazan.
The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation. Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow, when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home? Bernard claims to have received a letter. If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely?
He was unexpected. That's an unexplained part in the operations of this trafficking ring.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing?
There's always something else we're missing. That's how we roll. Connections. No, I don't think that can be used to answer the question.
There's no need to rush.
Oopsie doopsie, I failed.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
That one. Oh, they're right there.
Is there something else you
They're in
need
Peru,
from
they
me,
weren't really
traveler?
acting alone, were they?
I see.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
Bennett thought he was communicating with Pierre. Pierre thought he was taking orders from Bennett. But all this time neither of them knew that there was a third person all along.
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find?
Any animals Pierre received from the floating barrel should have been taken directly to his base. Considering his preserved situation, the pendant should have also been and also be flying around.
Stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
They instructed the two men to communicate through letters, and Barrett specifically thought they would never get to meet each other.
You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
Everything accounted for, the third person would then be cleared of all suspicion.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take
Then they ambushed Pierre and made him disappear.
Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society, and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Oh, and then that's why Pierre was the one who came up with the whole plot. Pierre would then be soon having gone into the institution and getting
So
caught.
you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was...
Is that what happened?
Not so fast.
Said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Miss Elena Leffery.
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let up.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This,
Once Professor Bertrand and Linny got involved.
As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society.
A great option, of course, would be to also disperse of Bonnie and leave her body at Pierre's base in preparation of a later discovery.
Expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
Oh, something unexpected happened at the base. Bunny managed to escape in the chaos.
During your ambush of Pierre, you didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
Bonnie was very lucky.
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect.
1 second, I'm trying to... Lenny was eventually at Castlefairs, and you also knew Lynette's previous encounter with the Leffer family.
You used the Leffer name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might...
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumidu's Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted...
Showing us Putt's travel logs.
You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
Once Brennan had placed the animals in the barrels, lids, and also dumped in the raw materials. And as long as you did it before Perry came for his pickup, there'd be no one wiser.
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials, and surreptitiously operated between them.
Acting on such a brief party isn't to go to raw materials. Then you instructed the bandits to prepare the floating barrels and animals. After that, you slipped the raw materials into the barrels next to the animals, requested that Perry pick up the barrels and bring them back to his base.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put 2 and 2 together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels, huh?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of... You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found. So you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
You could also keep him in a very cold environment to be handled later. An example of such a place maybe it's somewhere near a dirt, or set a fire to make it look like he burned himself to a crisp, or underneath the waters in an illuminated
There are only
harbour.
so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
Chivalrous. Lenny!
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities, but as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals.
Who would, judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to...
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness. Just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool.
What was that word you used? They were worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard. And I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door. Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefebvre?
I don't, and neither do I care.
No one asked about your past.
Are you for real? Aren't you?
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey!
What's that?
Come
It's
any
supposed to
closer.
be?
What's that?
Know what this is? I've secretly planted whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky. Surely, you bunch of goody two.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh-oh. Well, just calm down for a minute there.
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible.
The night is cold.
Oh, we wanted it quick, huh?
And Shroud.
Unfortunately, I become the Tanari.
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to escape.
Meow.
So I was right after all. It's easier. This
Wanna
is
do what the
it.
dog had?
Looks like it's just a.
Guess that's
So she was
probably why
bluffing.
she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
She was surprised like she had an endless breakdown as if she had no choice but to kill to escape
Well,
alive.
given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning.
If statements are all you need, I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with.
You mean when you said I could sit by your place?
So you do remember. Once I'm done talking with the troop.
I don't think now's the time for tear.
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special someone?
That's the thing I'm curious about.
Based on I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation Elodie saw the opportunity.
I
She
see.
started writing to
You
him.
don't have anything to say,
Unfortunately for
care
her,
about.
She ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus, still, all of that thinking really saps her energy.
I'm gonna go recharge.
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some?
Okay, kitty, please.
I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you.
Are you not interested in any follow-up development?
Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect... Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party?
Okay,
Great
kitty.
answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
He isn't how long you spend in San Bernard. All the time you should be able to recharge more
You're
quickly.
right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
I have a question though, when did you start to suspect that?
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her.
Back then I tried to get close to Bonnie.
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
Fair
Humans
enough.
tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts. She took a liking to you the moment you met.
think it's a bit strange that she... That took me forever. I want to get that.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
I feel like this wasn't a design issue.
4.
So no helping Bonnie.
Well, the cards... If you want to get the right answer, you... So, to put it another way, if picking a card... Or...
You should leave Ferreza dazzling to Linny.
Thank you. Here, take the photometer. Also, if you have your own...
How about you do neither?
Huh?
If it was urgent, someone would have come looking banana to place the future of antibodies on her.
What you're saying is... Since nobody's... Is that really okay?
Bonnie just seems to like the idea.
You make a good point.
We can just look around here for a while. So if anyone does come looking for you, they'll find you.
Okay, well... Assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me.
If you're going to the same room, should we find some cat food?
Good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry.
If we're getting happy, should we get snacks?
May as well. We could be here a while.
Well, since we got happy and snacks, let's find a place to chill.
When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier... Alright then. Plan of action?
Speed run. I bet this one too. How do I get the other ending? No, I don't want to check the plan. By being wrong, I suppose. Don't we love it when your stream is wrong?
Now Now behave and.
That hurt.
Is everything I still feel like... Also, I've had this... no good. I've still got nothing.
Looking
And I'm
towards
really
research, leave it to
alright.
money and the
I'll
others.
stop thinking. Let's go to the Humane Society before my energy for today.
How do we go from survey? Wonder what the other plots are.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know. Let's
I feel like
see.
that's not the issue here.
Back to the drinks reception.
I mean, clearly you don't want to go, you could
Nope.
just...
I said it was your decision. I'm not. Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So,
You
it
feel
might get
guilty
sued for
inside?
breach of contract. And that would be... Oh, one other thing. Do you want to come with me?
Sure, then you at least have one friend.
Thanks.
We're going into a hotel. Ba ba boom bom bom ba boom ba.
There you are, Lynette! Where did you disappear to?
I found her outside. Do I... I don't think so. Fair enough. So sorry we...
Don't worry. Well,
maybe you could leave her with us. Well, sure. I would help, but I'm a...
It's no trouble at all.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean...
Leone! You can't spring that. One last thing, Lynette. Director Mary is looking for you.
Well,
It's popular.
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events, so I don't even have an event mode. Alright, guess I better go see the director.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise-en-scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with je ne sais quoi. My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I for one was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility. Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time. A tour de force of avant-garde theater.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Merriu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Merriu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, quite simply, this was the...
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked...
Meow.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Are you in standby mode? Some reports say...
Method acting.
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal.
I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul, as well as an incredible actress. No wonder your debut performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
Oh, I see.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now? After the
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to...
How interesting.
Fuck.
Lynette, how did you find out
Doesn't.
compares to performing in a match?
What does the future hold for you, Lynette?
How do they make Aphis say stuff like that with a straight face? Are you alright?
It's just...
Tea party mode?
It's a power-saving mode for... But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream
We could just
of
give it some
questions.
time. Maybe after a few more run throughs you get used
I
to it.
think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Lynette, Director Merriu would like you to join. It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corn.
Alright.
3, 2, 1, smile.
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak. You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes.
Merriu! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a...
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle.
Oh no. Sometimes I gotta just have a Nikita sitting in my account. Farina?
Hotel de Boers, il flûton.
Farina, you want to get into that?
Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show.
Similar, do you think?
Remarkable. And a very worthwhile artistic endeavor. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette.
It's in the hair sound.
No. It's.
Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive.
So, you thought they were pretty.
In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens. Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their... Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations.
What original track?
Oh? He didn't show it to you? It must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few... I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess. Especially in the last two scenes.
Emotional depth?
Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fun, especially with a novel art. Change of topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be...
No thanks, I'm good.
Hey, at least let me finish.
Tell me
First, take a seat.
That was very educational.
Education isn't what I use, but then they mentioned acting once in this conversation.
Most of the people downstairs have left by now.
What's the noise over here, I wonder?
The photo must be in this envelope right here. If it wasn't for you, I don't know.
Maybe for me, I was for no reason. She really wanted to talk about it.
While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was... I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange. Feeling like I
was someone's jealous of you? You didn't land in leading role in
someone
first year.
just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another
Well,
for...
if you're not alright, I'm not alright.
Okay, problem solved.
Ah. What? Is that a front loader?
Destroyed this work of art. Stepped up.
Someone say something else. Oh, of it. Huh.
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here.
Should we ask her?
Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have some...
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you had...
See?
Hello, Elemental.
All the
Miller
times
Parker.
she'd refused in the past,
Sorry, I don't know how long
were
that
all the
message was
more
there.
reason to keep inviting her.
Yes.
Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian?
True.
Ah.
Well,
I figured out what the problem is. It's their faces.
Do you have
First
a moment,
playthrough.
Director Mary?
You asked that last time. Dear.
Ah, if it isn't the star of the show. We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you? I'm guessing you're here
I
to
heard
discuss...
everything.
I'll leave you, artist.
I certainly will.
Who was
Mr.
that?
Maloney. An investor or something, I think.
So, what can I...
We
Don't
heard
take up too
that
much
the
of your
original
time.
script for The Lost Puppet was quite...
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing. It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end. A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you.
We're being bullshitted, but yeah, that was my first.
Lost me. Can you
no.
put it in plain words?
All right.
Okay, I know that I do not stream daily. I'm just a teenager in the school holidays with nothing better to do.
You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts.
So I wouldn't say I necessarily stream daily. It's just that I have a lot of free time right now, so I've been streaming a lot because it's easier than editing.
Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience.
Everyone is happy with Lynette's performance, and how do you explain this letter?
Oh my goodness!
Well, this is
work of art, really?
Well, Director Mariyu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense?
I found it in an envelope containing the group photo. Could it be someone involved in the production?
Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work.
Is there any way Lynette can blow low until this was over?
Maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No,
As we've said last time, I do not stream on YouTube.
The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian.
Aha! Muntier.
Ah, I've got it. It's a... You can't lie low. That's just what they...
A competitor?
Definitely. Those lowlifes.
You sound very familiar though. Do you have a particular suspect in mind?
Many of them out there.
Hello, Coffee. Year 12. I don't know if I recognize that name or not.
Try and keep everyone happy.
But yeah, I'm doing well.
I will get to the bottom of
if you are
this.
too.
Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on
Oh, I
stage.
do recognize that.
I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
So, a competitor, huh?
Cause last time you were here, I didn't see your chat messages. I remember. Rest of your time on this game, yeah, I do. Do you think that's it?
I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those types before. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a... Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was... I'm actually more concerned about Mariyu. When I mentioned Jillian,
So you noticed that
his
too.
reaction was... Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian
Which
as...
gaming console are you using?
Sounds like there was an original...
You're just saying the
protagonist
same
well as an
things as you
original
said
script.
yesterday.
I should probably go talk to her.
Do you know where she lives?
She told me she lives in the Fleuve Sandra.
I'm convinced this person's a robot, but I'm also not gonna do anything about it because I just want to see for how many days this could possibly go on. I think it was like those exact messages too. I don't... Is that the underground place? Well, considering it has the underground layer, I would assume so. Hello, how dare you, Fred and my friend.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about...
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go.
Bootlicking morons?
I'm gonna burn to pick with you, I guess. Why don't you stream other games? I've seen you streaming Genshin. Aha, about that, tomorrow at 9:30 PM ACDT, I will be live streaming the debut of a Minecraft server. Does that answer your question? It's got a bone to pick with you, I guess.
don't know. I've never met this kid before.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Jillian!
No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette. If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll...
Jillian! Just because Lady Farina speaks...
I'm so sorry.
You're named after a guinea pig.
Child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh? If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry, I won't let it get to me.
Well, this situation's a little different in this case, but still, thank you. So, what brings you to the Flu of Sandra?
Have you ever played Stardew Valley? I think once as a child on my mother's computer. Maybe. There might have been a Twister again. No, I don't think I have. We came to see you. Can we talk about the original protagonist?
We heard about it from Maloney. He said you were originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariyu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you.
Circumstances have changed. I received this letter. Injury or not. I don't remember if I played it. I think I have. Or like, I know I watched a YouTuber play it is what I'm probably thinking of. Probably Stampy if you did that. But I think I might look into it then. I'll send the things on the out this thread, but sure, I've got something in the original script and protagonist.
I don't know, who would do something like this?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay, I'll try. It's true. I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet. I've worked with director Mariyu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either. A few months ago, Mariyu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan.
You enjoy anything else besides gaming? I like to write, and sometimes I enjoy studying like stuff like the lore or just...
She always turns these things
Not the
down,
lore,
doesn't
but
she?
the lore, the one... I nearly for Disability Act Section 5. Like the lore, the articles of lore. I focus so much on the lore that now I can't say lore and I just ramble whenever I try to say either word.
Have to do what's best for the production as a whole.
But yeah, no, I do enjoy other things as well. I just tend to do this more.
Will be yours. I promise.
I was incredibly disappointed at first. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, then I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth. In a way that not many... Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariyu changed the script to simplify the protagonist. Make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could...
He did make some changes to the script, yes.
How do we get our hands on the original draft?
One
Who
of
has
the other
that?
actors.
Yeah.
He likes to collect Dr. Mariu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby.
Makes sense. I always
There's a
see him
tavern
talking
down
to
here.
Mariyu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
Okay. Sorry, I tend to type. But I love doing makeup during reading painting, and I think some badminton friends. Cooking. I do like cooking. I just am highly stressed whenever I cook because I'm half convinced that I'm going to burn the house down. So I don't tend to cook often. Right, it's done there. Sometimes I cook with my therapist. Therapy's strange, I think. So that's where Scuffle works. I mean, I don't think she existed during this hangout event, but...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation.
But I make really good Alfredo pasta.
Here, this is the script you're after.
It's very rough, like he was constantly editing it. It's practically unreadable.
That's always the way with pen and paper drafts. Even the final script is full of last-minute changes by the director. There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
What is Alfredo pasta? Because I'm going to be honest, when I see that, I just think of Alfred from Batman. I'm from Australia. Anyway, I followed you for good vibes. You should follow me in utter terror of my mysterious ways instead. Investigate via reading carefully. White sauce pasta with chicken. Oh, I think I've had that actually. By the way, I'm from Texas. I see ya. Sometimes, do you ever go in a taxi while collecting taxes inside of Texas? Texting? Fialaster? It's not how you pronounce that name. Oh. Are you a book? Are you a book? Are you a book? You're not a book. Is this a book? Let's go for this one. This check is failing. First try. Alright, there's another. How long have you been on Twitch? About September 2025. Uh-oh. 6 is more than 13, right? Yeah. Do you like anime? I have watched Demon Slayer and
The protagonist
Perkamon.
returns to the ruins
That's
where she
about the
began
gist
and
of it.
performs a
Ulster Sword
dance in honor of
Online.
her deceased companions.
Ulster Fate plus
She
Stay Night
dances until
technically,
her
but I
chance of
watched the
resting
abridged
state
version of that on
mechanical
YouTube.
parts are falling from her body.
Because I couldn't find the English dub and I
Yep.
preferred it.
That's not
Understand
something a
what
novice could
people are
hope to pull
saying.
off after just
Because
a
I
few
tend
months
to
of
watch
rehearsals.
things while doing other things as well. Do you like anime?
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better. And the Jillian, shall I go tell?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the.
But not such a rare one for me, though, right?
That's different. This isn't
Yeah,
you as
I've
part of a
noted that
magic duo.
This is my
It's a
favorite
chance
series.
to star as the main
I might look
character
into
in a
it.
show. You'll reach whole new
Purely because I've
heights
never
of
heard of
fame.
it before.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you think?
It'll never work. There's no way director. The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. Plus, Maloney's friends have already published a ton of articles saying how this is the role that Lynette was for. If Lynette quit the show and I took her place,
None of the future articles would have any credibility.
they'd sooner stop the whole show than
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
No wonder Miracle's anything to try and keep Lynette on board. Anyway. Should watch this anime, it's really good. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Uh-oh. Next one of back then, I got money. It's no good.
Consent, huh?
Wait, actually, you don't mean. Oh, so we're just going to have her
And that way,
change
you'll
clothes?
be forced to make a choice.
You know, it's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest.
And we connect on Discord, yeah.
Don't you?
I'm gonna have to chat for a while longer on that, unfortunately.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsal.
Ask me again
We
in
all
3
saw how
months.
hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
Oh, I have this, but I just don't want to use it. Whether the plan succeeds is up to you.
Okay.
Anyways, I think after this cutscene I'm going to end stream.
Wonderful.
Just because
What about
I'll probably be back again later.
But surely you I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Who knows? Maybe
a fan?
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent.
But also the reason I don't want to just give away my Discord randomly is because
Getting late. We should
I'm a minor, and also every time someone else has asked that recently, it's just being, "Hello, I'm a graphic designer." How much time do you spend on the stream in a day? I try to do at least 60 minutes per stream, and then anything after that's really just a bonus. Normally stream around like 10 to 11 a.m. ACDT. However, because tomorrow at night I'm going to stream at 9:30 p.m., I'll probably go live at 9 p.m. ACDT.
Manhandling you.
Is it
Nothing
gets
gets past you.
Just because I'm so sorry.
Huh. Trying to.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception. She idolizes Jillian, both at to make matters worse. All the critics were
That's too much for her to fact.
not pretty much some like I said. If
Coming.
it was my younger brother, I was
Okay, chat. I will be right back. And when I get back out and stream, I need to get
before we got famous. We just
substance.
had things a day at a time, doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation. so I can understand No, whoever was giving... we'll find out On that note...